So we have 2 minutes. 2 minutes to showtime. She has to join the main call. You do what? Testing. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the session on mainstreaming youth in policy making post COP. Of course, we've added the post COP, but of course, we're looking at mainstreaming youth in policy making in general. And of course, today we have a jam packed panel who will be speaking to you both in person here in Scotland, in Glasgow, but also some of them joining us virtually. Without further ado, I'd like to hand you over to our coordinator, Ms. Linneka Roden. She is the coordinator of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Network, and she will be joining us via Zoom. Linneka?
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen from all around the world representing your countries and participating in this important mainstreaming youth in policymaking post-COP discussion on a phenomenon we must strive to mitigate against and adapt to. Again, my name is Lanika Roden and I serve as the Pan-Commonwealth Coordinator of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network. The CYCN was established in 2009 during the Young Commonwealth Climate Summit in London, where 150 young environmental leaders gathered to share experiences and expertise. Our aim is to build the capacity of young people in their endeavors to address climate change and other environmental issues, and to advocate on climate change from a youth perspective. We support actions that empower young people to translate climate change programs into effective policies that will have a measurable impact on youth well-being. To date, We have had a myriad of national, regional, and pan-Commonwealth projects, from tree planting projects in Cameroon, Kenya, and Jamaica, to regional discussions on energy transition and climate change, youth sustainability and climate change, to pan-Commonwealth campaigns engaging over 100,000 young people across the Commonwealth, such as Youth Lead SDG 13. We certainly understand that climate change presents unique challenges, particularly to small island developing states. And if you think about it, the difficulties that all countries face in effectively coping with climate change impacts are exacerbated in small islands due to their small geographical area, isolation, exposure, and underlying vulnerabilities. These impacts, loss of coastal area due to sea level rise, loss of life and property due to tropical cyclones, and health-related issues due to heat waves all affect youth, displacing us, disrupting us, and distancing us. Ladies and gentlemen, if we even consider the small changes such as high air temperatures and changes in rainfall patterns, our way of life has been tremendously altered. Sectors that drive our economies, such as tourism, fisheries, and agriculture, are largely reliant on conducive environmental conditions and are vulnerable to climate change. As the Right Honourable Patricia Scotland stated yesterday at our intergenerational dialogue, youth are not the future leaders, but the leaders of now. Therefore, the policy decisions that are made and their corresponding implications affect youth directly. Often, when policy decisions are made, they don't involve youth, and this can lead to various maladaptive outcomes. Again, young people are important in policy formulation and policy inclusion. It is often underestimated the value that youth can add to the discussion around policy and climate change. Yet, youth are so innovative and smart. Youth are leading research in climate change mitigation and adaptation, and therefore is equipped with a wealth of knowledge that can aid decision makers in safeguarding our future. Young people are the heartbeat of development, and their importance at different levels of decision making is paramount. So let us work together and implement effective changes that will increase youth involvement and secure the future generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lineka. And as Lineka mentioned, youth are invaluable to the policymaking process. And I wanted to just point to, again, not to plug, but to just to share in terms of the work being done, not just in the policymaking space, but around the policymaking space in terms of giving young people a seat at the table. And I know that today, and it bears mentioning, today and now, young people are at the march. I think it is symptomatic of their exclusion from the policymaking process and their demands to be included. And so that march is happening now. And I know that some of our panelists will join us later. They are at that march. And of course, we welcome and recognize their right to protest, peaceful protest. And then we have joining us as well, delivering some opening remarks on behalf of the Commonwealth Youth Programme, that has been championing youth mainstreaming and youth participation at the Commonwealth Secretariat. We have Dr. Terry-Ann Gilbert Roberts, our research manager, who's bringing some remarks on behalf of the team.
Thank you so much, Aurelia. Friends of the Commonwealth, ladies and gentlemen, I am so delighted to welcome you to this special event on mainstreaming youth in climate policymaking post-COP. Our Secretary General would want me to thank each of you for joining us on this occasion, and she recognizes your participation here this afternoon as a signal of your partnership in our Commonwealth commitment to the empowerment of young people who represent a significant part of the global population, and most notably, over 60% of our Commonwealth citizenry. I know that for many of you, you have mixed emotions about your participation in the myriad of activities, discussions, and negotiations over the past week. I know perhaps you have some hopefulness regarding the new commitments to enhance climate action but those come alongside some frustration at the slow pace of change and instances of exclusion. And we know young people are currently marching about those issues now. Against that background, my hope is that our discussions this afternoon, focusing on practical tools and steps towards mainstreaming youth in climate policy, will reinvigorate you for the essential work that lies ahead following the conference. Importantly, we must not overlook the fact that unless we create and protect spaces for young people to effectively co-lead and participate fully and meaningfully in our climate decision-making processes, even our most ambitious and revolutionary proposals for change will be doomed to failure. And this is as true in the arena of climate policy as it is in all areas of development policy. So youth mainstreaming can be effectively harnessed as a strategy for success. It represents an approach to development planning which makes young people's capacities and rights an integral dimension in the design, implementation, analysis, as well as monitoring and evaluation of all of our conventions, legislations, policies, and programs in all spheres of development. In effect, by promoting youth partnership, the strategy encourages the adoption of mechanisms and processes for equity, justice, and fairness for young people, particularly those who find themselves in marginalized or vulnerable positions. Those goals cannot be achieved without a clear recognition of the value of youth participation. And indeed, our Commonwealth Charter explicitly recognizes the positive and active role and the contributions of young people in promoting development, peace, and democracy. Youth mainstreaming, therefore, is at the heart of our work at the Commonwealth Secretariat, and it's the vehicle through which we promote youth empowerment. More specifically, our heads of government and ministers of youth have mandated us to support member states to mainstream youth priorities into national development plans and policies, and promote the participation of young people at all levels of decision-making, including within the Secretariat. Our Commonwealth Youth Programme provides technical assistance for the participatory and evidence-based formulation of development policies and the implementation of inclusive strategies for mainstreaming youth across all sectors and levels of government. We've even provided a guide on youth mainstreaming in development planning. We further work to enhance the status of young people, engaging them in building their own competencies and capabilities for life, supporting them to contribute to and benefit from a politically stable, economically viable, legally supported, and sustainable environment, ensuring their full participation. For example, through our Young Professionals program, we mainstream the perspectives of youth in all areas of our work through the technical and administrative contributions made by those professionals in our directorates. Our 11 thematic youth networks, including our partners here at COP, the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, mirror the Secretariat's work program priorities and provide another way for us to ensure that the voices of young people are included in decision-making. Significantly, we ensure young people have a seat at the table because Commonwealth youth leaders participate in our Commonwealth Youth Ministers meetings with full speaking rights. We further develop policies to ensure the safeguarding of young people and others in our interaction with them. And our Youth Development Index provides a tool to support youth-centric planning and monitoring by providing youth and gender disaggregated data on progress in 6 key domains of development. And we'll speak more about that in the ensuing panel sessions. These are just a few of the steps we have taken as a Commonwealth to support youth empowerment through mainstreaming. And we look forward to hearing from others today about their innovative and effective ways of engaging young people, specifically on climate issues. I wish you all a truly thought-provoking discussion on this critical issue of climate policy formulation. Thank you so much for being here. And let me hand over to our moderator, Aurelia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gilbert Roberts. And again, as she mentioned, just some of the work that we are doing in mainstreaming young people into the policy-making process already. And of course, we continue to drive that progress. We're not sitting by and waiting. I think as well, I want to highlight that in terms of what the Commonwealth is doing, very much so leading by example. I think I can't speak for the entire Cop26, but I can say certainly when it comes to the Commonwealth, it is not blah, blah, blah. It is not business as usual, that we are taking the voices of young people on board, and they are indeed partners and collaborators in everything that we do. And Teriann alluded to the thematic networks, of course, climate change, and the others are human rights, gender, sport for development and peace, health, in every sector that affects the lives of not just young people, but affects our society. We include young people in that decision-making, policy-making, and in those discussion spaces. I want to turn to our first speaker, who is live with us in Glasgow, and he is Sevuloni I do have a challenge here, Sevu. I apologize. I call him Sevu for short. But he is Sevuloni Rokomatu Ratu. Yes, Sevu? Yes. And he is, we've been doing quite a lot of work between Sevu and the PRM, as well as the CYCN. He is the Senior Youth and Volunteering Officer at IFRC Pacific Delegation and current chair of Pacific Resilience Partnership, PRP, of the PRP Youth Working Group. So I think Sevu is going to come and he's going to explain as well some of the work that we've done in collaboration, but also work happening in the Pacific, a best case, I think, a best practice scenario in terms of how they are tangibly and practically engaging and including young people.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aurelia, and a very good, I should say, afternoon. And it's really an opportunity to be here and to be part of this Commonwealth side event. And I've been asked to share briefly some of the, maybe some of the best practices and also some of the examples that we have used in the Pacific in terms of, how we are trying to mainstream youth into relevant frameworks, but also particularly of importance is how do we apply it at the national level. For example, not only at the regional level, but also at the national level. In the Pacific, as Aurelia have mentioned, I am part of a group which is called the Pacific Resilience Partnership. It's a governance arrangement that was endorsed by Pacific leaders to support and realize the implementation of the FRDP, or the Framework of Resilient Development in the Pacific. So one of the things we have been doing is we have been looking at how we can mainstream youth engagement into the overall PRP governance arrangement, but also most importantly within the framework of resilient development in the Pacific. So we have a number of youth organizations, youth constituencies that we work together with in the region to look at how we can best integrate youth as part of mainstreaming youth into the framework of resilient development in the Pacific. So just to give some context, in July of this year, in 2021, there was a Pacific Resilience meeting that was held, which was attended by all Pacific Island countries and territories. It was a virtual event, and it was titled, Our People, Our Journey, Nurturing Pacific Resilience from Home. And prior to that, there was a PRM Youth Forum, which ran for 2 days. So we had gathered around 700 young people from across the region in the Pacific that had actively participated in the PRM youth meeting. And at the end of the youth forum, a youth outcome statement was generated, which reflected the voice of young people who had actually participated in the PRM youth forum. So the young people themselves drafted the outcome. They wrote the outcome themselves. And there was a small working group, And then prior to the PRM, then there was the actual PRM meeting that ran for 3 days, which was attended by leaders, states, civil society, regional agencies, and also development partners. So the youth outcome statement was then fed into the overall outcome statement of the meeting itself, which was the Pacific Resilience meeting. So, that has been how we have been, some examples on how we have been trying to mainstream youth engagement, but particularly, most importantly, how do we incorporate youth voices into regional platforms, such as the example I just provided, mainstreaming youth engagement into the framework of resilient development in the Pacific, which looks at climate action and also risk reduction in terms of disasters. So we have a similar context for sure in other small island developing states, not only in the Pacific, because of the vulnerability that the region has to the impact of climate change. And also in the region, we place, a huge value on young people, because in the Pacific, the population of the region is very young. Even within the small Pacific Island countries and territories, youth looms are large, and also the Pacific is characterized by a youth bulge. So this indicates the importance of how we should engage young people in relevant processes, particularly in climate change and also in disaster risk reduction. So just to summarize, I have just picked out 4 key points from the Pacific Resilience Meeting Youth Outcome Statement, which sort of link with this session on mainstreaming youth policy into climate action. One of the key outcomes from the Youth Forum was review of current national policies and framework. So young people themselves have realized that in order for them to take action to support their leaders, to support their governments, to support civil society and other constituencies that are actively engaged in climate action, they recognize the need to mainstream youth in climate policies, DRR policies, not only at the regional level, but most importantly at the national level, because that's where the action takes place. That's where the implementation takes place. So there was a particular emphasis on looking at reviewing of current national policies and framework, both at the regional level and also at the national level. There was another one on promoting intergenerational learning and dialogue that will encourage young people and leaders to collaborate. So again, it's creating the enabling environment between leaders and young people to collaborate. The third one is promote support to grassroots communities to ensure that they are actively engaged and have the capacity to build resilient communities. And then the last one I would like to share is encourage the sharing and provision of resources to ensure inclusion in climate change and risk reduction. So those were some of the key takeaways from the Youth Outcome Statement. But prior to this COP event, we would also like to acknowledge that there were other youth organizations in the Pacific that had actively organized forums and events leading to Cop26. For example, there was a Climate Justice Summit. There was also a pre-COP youth gathering. There was also a USP pre-COP youth training. And also in Fiji, they had also organized a National Youth Climate Summit. So we do recognize the importance of mainstreaming youth into relevant national policies, frameworks, even legislation, so that together we can contribute to addressing climate action. But most importantly, acknowledging the role of young people as leaders, as peer educators, as advocates, as champions, but also as volunteers in promoting climate action, emergency response, and so on. So one of our expectation is from post-COP26 is for us to focus on action and looking at how we can better mainstream youth engagement into national policies, frameworks, and legislation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sevu. While we get Lucky up on the stage or to present, I'd like to have our other panelists on screen. So while we are getting that sorted, we will have Lucky Abeng, who is the chair of the Participation and Grassroots Engagement Committee of the Commonwealth Youth Climate Network. Lucky.
Good afternoon, good morning, and good night from anywhere you're listening and watching this conversation from. My name is Loki Abeng, and I am the chair for grassroots engagement and participation at the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network. Let me first of all thank the Secretary General for the support so far to young persons to have a platform to share, to learn, to share, and to take action. Today's topic, mainstreaming youth in climate change policy post-COP. It's very important for young persons across the Commonwealth region, and my brief presentation is just going to center on the engagement of the CYCN so far in the last couple of months. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Sorry. Yeah, so thank you. So I'm just going to start, first of all, with our engagement in the African region in the last 3 months or 4. We had young persons actively involved in the review of the climate change policy document of Nigeria and that of Kenya. That played an important role because some of them got invite to share what they want to see in the revised NDC. And some of their recommendations centered around not relegating youth to just advocacy, because in the words of the Secretary General yesterday, human genius got us into this crisis, and it will take human genius to get us out of this crisis. So young persons came fully ready, giving recommendations to be part of it. And I saw a publication this morning that young persons want a seat at the table. And I think we are not accepting anything less. We want to be at the table. We want to give suggestions and opinions, innovative ideas. Also, in the words of the Secretary General, she is interested in youth hackathon to harness ideas from young persons on how we can get out of this climate crisis. Post Cop26 here in Glasgow, we want to take home the outcome. We hope the outcome will be favorable for young persons. It's time for action now to see how we reduce emissions. We're already heading to 2 degrees from the latest IPCC report before this conference. We want to take the outcome from this conference as young persons and take it back and not just be agent of advocacy and sensitization, but we want to be agent of implementation, see how we can actively involve in reducing the greenhouse gas emission. We have ideas to share with the national government as young persons. And I think it is important to also share here with us that the Nigerian government actually invited and had a lot of young persons. Some of them are members of the Commonwealth Climate Change Network, where the youth policy document was reviewed, and still waiting for the presidential assent to that document, hoping that if it is being approved, some of the recommendations from young persons will be fully captured in the document. And also for the CYCN, a young network that has over 2,000 young persons cut across the 5 regions of the Commonwealth, will continue to engage to see what comes out of our engagement. Yeah, I think I can just stop here while we go to the panel. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lucky. I was nodding in approval, not to say to wrap up, but of course we will have some more time to delve deeper into the work of the CYCN, particularly in the policy making space across the Commonwealth in our discussion. I want to go to Claudag Bino. Again, she is the hold on. technical difficulties, too many things open. I'm also trying to be green and to take notes on my phone. As somewhat of a Luddite, that is a bit difficult for me, but you know, we endeavor. She is the Global Resilience Officer at the Voluntary Service Overseas organization. Do we have Claudag on screen? She also spoke at, if you participated in our summit, hi, I don't know if she can see us, but she also participated in our pre-COP summit with wonderful and insightful contributions there on young people in policy making, as well as young people in research, in climate research. So over to you, Claudia.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here. And I'm here with one of my colleagues, Frida, who will be representing VSO. So I'm the resilience lead for VSO. And what we've been doing over the last year, but actually over the last 5 years, is capacitating youth volunteers, both to raise awareness, share awareness on climate change, but also to take resilience action. So that means planning resilience with communities, assessing risks of climate change, and also coming up with innovative action plans to really support communities to address climate change, but also using that evidence to engage with local government and national government to make sure those local and national plans are really informed by the needs of the most marginalised groups on the ground. So I'd love to introduce my colleague Frida, and she can share more about the platform, as she's one of our youth champions that we've been working with.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. It's an honor to be on this session in mainstreaming youth in policy making action, and it is important really to recognize the critical role that youths play in policy making. And I'm here to represent all voluntary service overseas and the volunteer who seek to strengthen capacities through VSO. Now, VSO seeks to strengthen capacities of volunteers in contributing to climate awareness, climate justice, and climate resilience in over 12 countries. It recognizes that in as much as youths are also are victims of climate change, they're also valuable contributors to the climate agenda. So through VSO, it has been supporting climate resilience in over 12 countries and programming through focusing on mitigation and adaptation intervention and strategies in the communities. This has been happening, this has been done through youth-led platforms, which I'm one of them. Also, we are also supporting increasing climate emergencies through the volunteer programs and through the volunteer programs that are initiated by also the VSO. And VSO recognizes also that the volunteer platform are at the interface between communities and the system level, in that they are critical contributors to the climate agenda. And through these, we have been strengthening the local and national climate resilience programming and the advocacy capacities among the youth. We have also been supporting climate resilience, justice, capacity building with youth platforms in over 14 countries. And in Kenya, youth are really taking action in climate risk assessment and intervention, especially in adaptation and mitigation. In February, we carried out a research on the food security, whereby we came up with different whereby it informed our various activities that we are currently doing in our communities. And through mentorship on resilience, on climate justice and climate action, our volunteers in Kenya have been taking various actions aimed at curbing climate change. And are also keen at assessing our nationally determined contributions in Kenya and influencing also the VSO policy paper. And in this also, it is just to echo that the youths are very important in the policy making processes and also influencing various policies, because in our very activities, in our various interventions in the community, through advocacy capacities, through climate justice, which we've done through social media and working with the community by training them on adaptation and mitigation strategies like agroecology and ways they can curb food insecurity. It is vital again to really amplify the voices of the youth in policy making and meaningfully engaging them by not only making them be heard, but also giving them the chance to contribute to making of policies and influencing the national determined contribution. And as youths in Kenya, we are looking forward after COP to assess our national determined contribution and ensure that they are implemented urgently, inclusively, and they are implemented urgently, inclusively, and effectively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frida, and I hope that you stay on the line, because one of the discussion points is the role of young people, not just in policy making, but also the role of young people in that monitoring and assessment, and in that ensuring that what leaders commit to, that they actually deliver on. I want to go to our final presentation before we begin our discussion, and that is once more Dr. Terry-Ann Gilbert-Roberts, our research manager.
Thank you so much, Aurelia, for giving me another opportunity to join you on this panel. And I've been so excited to hear what others have been doing by hearing from Sepu, Loki, Claudia, and Frida. Thank you so much for sharing those experiences. The question I have now is, how do we as a global community actually work to monitor the extent to which we're being effective in our youth mainstreaming in policy and programs. And I think we can only do that if we effectively monitor the progress we're making on youth development, empowerment, and participation. So for us at the Commonwealth Secretariat, we've been providing a tool, the Youth Development Index, since 2013, which uses youth and gender disaggregated data to assign scores to 181 countries based on their performance in 6 key interrelated and mutually reinforcing areas of development. The index is developed by a group of experts, including young people, who decide on the 27 indicators in 6 domains. And those special areas are health and well-being, education, employment and opportunity, equality and inclusion, peace and security, and importantly for us here, political and civic participation. The ranking of countries and the scores assigned to them between 0 and 1 are published in our Youth Development Report, which also includes expert analysis from younger and older persons about our priorities for developing new policies and programs, and ensuring a more sustainable and prosperous future, including specific recommendations for action based on good practice. So what does the latest version of our report really tell us? Well, in relation to these 6 domains, we see 2 broad trends. First, prior to the pandemic, we were actually making slow but positive progress on youth development overall. The global average score on youth development had increased by over 3%. However, while the scores in the other 5 domains of the Youth Development Index were steadily increasing, the civic and political participation domain was the only domain to record a decline, albeit by less than 1%, a small decline, but it's the only domain of youth development that was in decline prior to the pandemic. But what makes that decline, even though small, so disappointing is the fact that none of the 181 countries on the index experienced or achieved scores on participation that we would consider to be commensurate with medium, high, or very high levels of youth development. In fact, they were all in the low youth development category of development, with the average score on participation at only 0.282%. So what the YDI is suggesting to us is that this is a critical area for attention and action, and one which we know has been further affected by the pandemic and the restrictions of the pandemic period, even as our colleagues in the United Nations and the young people we work with in the Commonwealth have raised and expressed their concerns about shrinking civic spaces for young people. While we monitor the progress we're making on political and civic participation, I also want to highlight the fact that the YDI as a whole is important for us to monitor the progress made on other indicators. For example, let us say in the health and well-being domain, we compare globally the years of life lost to mental health challenges and self-harm among young people. It's important for us to monitor that data, to have a specific dialogue at national and regional levels about the extent to which there is a relationship between rising levels of climate anxiety and the years of life lost to mental health challenges. Secondly, the YDI also measures, it includes a sub-index known as the INFORM score, which measures the risk of humanitarian crisis, including risk related to climate change. And if the scores in this area begin to decline in our member states, we need to begin to look at how that is going to impact young people who already make up such a critical proportion of our populations, and think about the knock-on effect of that increasing level of risk on climate anxiety and therefore mental health challenges in the future. And then, of course, thirdly, there is the specific information on political and civic participation, which is measured in 4 main areas. I won't go into the details of the specific indicators, but you'll see here that they look at a youth policy score, the extent to which young people voice opinions to their officials, the extent to which they volunteer their time, and the extent to which they're recognized in their communities. This is the data that is available for global comparison, but there is still a lot of data that's not accessible globally that we can compare across countries, for example, on the way that young people participate in political processes at various levels. So there is still a lot of work to strengthen this area of the index. And so it's only weighted at 10% of the overall index. However, notwithstanding the challenges with the availability of data, we can still use what we have and the broad trends suggested by the YDI to start a dialogue on the challenges of participation and inclusion. What we can see here on this graph is that we note that on the youth policy score, which looks at the extent to which we create specific dedicated policies for youth, ministries and departments, mechanisms for national participation, and dedicate specific budgets for youth participation. Although still far from a perfect score of 1, we're doing relatively better as a global community on creating those mechanisms than we are on the other areas of recognizing youth, ensuring that we capture the time that they volunteer, and ensuring they voice an opinion. What this suggests is that although the mechanisms exist, young people are still not sufficiently empowered to speak up and actually influence decision making. In other words, we're getting better at giving them the seat at the table, but when they're there, have we focused on the quality of that participatory process? We might also question why the scores are so low for volunteer time and recognition of youth contributions to their communities, when we know anecdotally that so much of young people's participation and contribution is what has been leading the work on climate action and COVID-19 recovery. Have these contributions been rendered invisible, and have they been excluded from our data collection? Let me end here by saying that we can use the YDI data to engage in a deeper dialogue about the strategic direction for participation. And our report includes some recommendations from experts in climate change and other areas. Please download the report and look at chapter 10. But I suggest that we need to talk a little bit more about improving the data on youth participation at global and local levels, including developing specific community level, provincial level indicators on participation in a wide range of spheres. And then we need to look specifically at the policy issues around improving the quality of inclusion by ensuring that when young people are at the table, they're able to speak up and influence decision making. We need to address the greater mainstreaming of youth in nationally determined contributions by ensuring that all NDCs identify young people as a priority. And we need to work at how we capture and document the significant contributions that young people continue to make to climate action. So these are just some thoughts for discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Terry Ann. You never fail to disappoint. You never, is that the right saying, the right configuration? But you never fail to amaze, perhaps. That's what I'm trying to say in terms of the level of data, what we can extrapolate from the YDI. And of course, if you scan our code, you can get a direct link to the YDI, to the entire report. You can download the country sheets. You can do your own analysis in your country or territory in terms of what do the scores look like for civic participation of young people within your territory, and how do you use that in your advocacy, because it is a tool as well for young people as they engage with officials and as they engage in their work and their planning, to use some of that data to support it. Again, a lot of talking points there, and we're going to start the discussion because you left off in a place that I think we ought to begin with, in that the seat at the table is one part of the process, one part of the equation. The quality of the voice, the quality or the level of influence that seat brings with it. Are you at the table or are you just in the room, right? Are you center stage or are you sitting maybe somewhere at the end of the table? And I want to come to Lucky in particular. In terms of sometimes in offering the seat at the table, it is a sort of backhanded approach, I should say. There is a suggestion at times that there is low civic participation because young people are not interested in civic participation. Is that so? And if you can highlight in terms of have you seen a keenness perhaps of young people through the CYCN or other youth engagement to participate?
Thank you, Aurelia, for that. I think from our engagement so far with the CYCN, and also apart from the CYCN, I also represent other youth-led networks back home in Nigeria. Young people have been actively involved, but one thing is key: their involvement and their voices are not being listened to by those who they have been advocating to be at the table. You know, in civic participation, majority of the civic engagement are being championed by young persons, from protests to organizing youthful events to, if you look, let's take the NDC, for example, you'll see that even climate action, young persons are willing to take more actions, from tree planting to organizing climate awareness talks in schools to ensure that kids and even students are aware. But when it comes to now sending or inviting those who are at the table, probably the elderly ones, the experts, so to say, like we have, inviting them to be part of these conversations with young persons, they hardly honor such invitations. So young persons in civic space are actively involved, but the policymakers are not just willing and ready yet to listen to them, and that is why they keep pushing for them to have a seat at the table. So when they're at the table and not just in the room, when they're at the table, they have the voice. 60% of members around the Commonwealth region are young persons. So if you have 60%, 40% from the 60 can create a change if they are at the table or in the table and in the room. Yeah, so young people are really, really ready, but they're not.
Definitely ready, and we'll circle back to how the network is ensuring that young people are also ready to take up that space and to engage. But as you were saying, young people are the ones championing their participation and their seat. So I want to come to Sevu and then to Terry Ann. And so the question is similar for both, because you work at organizations that provide the tables, right? And so I wanted to get from Sevu and from Terry Ann in terms of making that space. Why is it important to make that space? And then again, the question is in terms of what we are seeing. Several, you mentioned a number of pre-COP summits, a number of engagements that young people led and young people produced. are we seeing more of these youth spaces and youth events and separate discussions happening because the seats aren't there, or because the discussions, young people feel like the discussions aren't happening in a way that is inclusive? And again, how is your organization contributing to the inclusion, mainstreaming, and supporting, whether it is those spaces or inviting them to the table?
Thank you, Aurelia. I think that's a very good question. I think just to build on from what my colleague mentioned. Firstly, I think in terms of engagement, if I start with in this space, climate action, but also looking at disaster risk management. As you've referred to that, even for Cop26, a lot had happened. I think it would not only be in the Pacific, I'm sure it would be similar in other regions where young people have been gathering, meetings, consulting, writing outcome documents, submitting them to leaders so that they can at least contribute some influence in terms of how things will transpire at the end. In our context, Aurelia, what I would like to share is, I think having documents in place, for example, having policies, procedures internally within organizations, irrespective whether in government, civil society, or other constituencies. I think having those documents and processes, youth structures in the organization at the national level, but also at the community level, building in mechanisms to ensure that young people engage. One of our experience has been, if we have those processes internally within the organization, whether it's at regional level, national level, or global level, then we will be able to ensure that young people are actively engaged. Because sometimes young people, we tend to come to the floor and say, we need to engage, but often they are told, there is no processes in place, there is no mechanism in place to ensure that young people are engaged or contribute. Of course, it's a bit formal, but young people, we tend to be more informal as well sometimes when it comes to advocacy and awareness. So I think having those processes in place is very, very important, so that we can ensure that young people can contribute effectively. I think I was giving the example of how we have been trying to engage young people in the FRDP, for example, in the framework of resilient development in the Pacific, because we see the value that they can bring in into the table. So we established a working group. We tried to ensure that there was a youth representation at the governance level of the PRP. So we have been trying to build in processes and mechanism to ensure that the voices of young people can be heard within those spaces. So I just thought to share some of the experience, how we have been trying to maneuver these spaces and processes to ensure that we actively engage young people.
Definitely, and I think that's a very good point in terms of two things there I want to pull out. One, in terms of not just government spaces, but also in civil society and the like intergovernmental organizations, that at each level, community level, national, regional, etc., that it is important in terms of the inclusion of young people. But then the second point that is attached to that is building the frameworks and structures, because then you have now sustainable inclusion, or you have more targeted or planned inclusion, where it is not to say dependent on who the youth leader is at the time, or who the connection is at the time, whether or not you have the ability to join because you are this person or that person, but there is a space designated, not for John Doe or Jane Doe, but for young people. So I want to come to Terianne as well in terms of youth inclusion and again, apart from young people leading the charge, but having sponsors, support in getting that seat at the table.
Yeah, Aurelia, sustainable, inclusive decision-making has to be based on a partnership approach, which is what youth mainstreaming is. It is not just about creating the spaces, or for example, governments or those with power creating the spaces and inviting young people in. It's really about co-designing those spaces with young people. Let young people work with us to determine the best way for those mechanisms, those spaces, those policies to really truly be inclusive. Because importantly, we know youth is a heterogeneous group, and there are within the global cohort of young people, various groups who find themselves in marginalized or vulnerable positions, who young people also want to give some close attention and priority, because mainstreaming is about equity, fairness, and justice for young people. It's a way of us from the very beginning, as we initiate the design of our decision-making processes, thinking about who is included and who has been excluded and what can we do about it. So unless we begin to have young people as partners from the very beginning of the process, as we have done through our 11 youth networks, which include our Commonwealth Youth Council, they help us to design the mechanisms we now have, which allow young people in a very unusual way, which does not happen in many intergovernmental organizations, to have young people at the table in youth ministers' meeting who have an equal say and equal speaking rights to ministers of government, older persons. That didn't come about by the Secretariat designing that on their own. This was through the expert advice of young people from our youth networks and other young people. And I just want to finally reinforce what others have said, which is that this participation, we at the Commonwealth are an intergovernmental organization. So we work at the national level with member states, but this has to become a way of life that permeates all of our structures in society, from the community up to the intergovernmental organization, as others have said.
Thank you so much, Terianne. And I want to come to Kodag and then to Frida in terms of, again, preparing this question on preparing young people to be at the table, as well as to do the kind of monitoring, evaluation, and to be the sort of watchdog, so to speak, in terms of implementation that Frida mentioned. So I want to speak to, I'm asking you then to speak to how are we preparing young people? Is that sufficient? As Terianne mentioned, of course, the way young people engage might be a bit different. And even as Terianne mentioned as well, even within the generation or the cohort of young people, we have two generations and they are different. So how are we ensuring that young people are prepared to be at the table, that they have the capacity, that they have the know-how, etc., to be at the table and to contribute? So I'm going to Kodag and then to Frida.
I guess my first point, I think climate change and also disaster risk reduction, we heard a little bit about before. The biggest gap at the moment is between on the ground implementation and policy. And this is where our youth volunteers and youth, they already have the knowledge. They know what the risks are and their experiences on the ground. They know what the needs are on the ground, and they can also support responsive policy and monitor if implementation is happening. So I think youth already have, even without preparing them, they have a huge amount of knowledge and really strong representation. I think for VSO with support from FCDO, what we've been doing is really strengthening the platform. So I think, as you rightly said, the structures, that's what needs to be supported. So it's not just about individual youth, but it's also giving them that enabling environment, the structure through peer-to-peer support accompaniment. They can really share evidence from the ground, but they need the supportive mechanisms to do that. And we should expect responsive policy. When we've seen quite a lot of response at local government level. So when we do climate risk assessments and youth-led adaptation plans, we're actually seeing local government taking up those actions quite a lot. But we'd like to expect that. That shouldn't just be, an impact. It should be something, an expectation. We should see local and also national governments reporting the responsiveness to those community priorities and sharing the degree to which youth are informing policy. And I think it's the quality of the innovation and actions youth are bringing, which is leading to that responsiveness we're seeing at local level. We want that recognised at national level, and we want that recognised going forward within the implementation of COP26.
Thank you. Frida, over to you.
Thank you so much again on the discussion. And I just want to again call on what Teriana said. It is really important to give youths a seat at the table and to have their say, and they say what they say be implemented in the policy making. Because again, the participation in terms of climate change that are happening are mainly youth-led. Youths are the people who are leading these participation, these interventions in the community. But again, now we work in the community, we identify risk, we support the community in adapting to this risk by maybe highlighting various interventions. But now again, we also maybe may come across some policy gaps. But again, if we are not given a seat at the table, then we won't be influential, because we are the people who are at the grassroots level. We are trying to advocate for climate change awareness. We are trying to increase access to information among the community. We are trying also to venture in climate justice. Now, our participation is leading, but now if we don't have that seat at the table, then we won't have a voice. Our voice will be heard, but will not be included. So it is important also to come up with a framework which has been mentioned, so that this thing being included in policy making is sustainable. It won't happen like in terms of maybe it happens because of that youth in that particular time, but it is sustainable in that I may not be included in the policymakers, but the future youths who will be engaging in this climate action in their community will also be included in this table to voice their opinions, to be equal stakeholders in making these policies and present their solutions. Because again, we just giving an example of what we've been doing as youth volunteers under VSO in Kenya. We've conducted research in food security, on the vulnerabilities, on the capacities present. And again, the research has informed various activities which we carried out in curbing the food insecurity in Kenya. And also we have identified in the 12 countries we are working as VS, our volunteers have identified priority issues and have come up with solutions that are purely youth-led and are aiming at addressing some of these climate change issues within their communities. So we are working with the community. We are helping the community to adapt and mitigate to this climate change crisis. And we are also bringing solutions. So it is critical, it is important that in as much as we are included, we become part of, we are also equal stakeholders in bringing out these solutions, and not only hearing our voices, but also including our voices in the policy making processes. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Frida and Clodag, for that. And in terms of the youth inclusion and bringing in particularly grassroots voices, and that's why Lucky is here as our chair of grassroots engagement as well. I want to pivot a bit to what the CYCN is doing with the support of the Commonwealth as well. I know that there are capacity building initiatives on the way, as well as in terms of the policy guide that you guys are launching at this COP26. How important is it in terms of these tools for engagement? How important is it for young people, particularly those who this might be their first foray at the table? This might be their first seat at the table. How important are those mechanisms and those capacity building, whether it is resources and sessions for young people?
Thank you once again, Bruce, for that. I think the CYCN has received tremendous support from the Commonwealth Secretariat, and I'll quickly give two examples of what that capacity had led to. In August, the CYCN championed a national consultative forum on climate change in Nigeria, where they had to go across the 6 geopolitical zones to get the opinions and thought of young persons. This could only would have been possible through the platform that they got from the Commonwealth through the CYCN. And I can comfortably tell you that the outcomes from that consultation also played a huge role in some of the recommendations that were captured in the revised NDC that the Nigerian government submitted to the UNFCCC on the 31st of July. That has been, or that was made possible because of the platform and then the support, be it capacity building, even though there is still room for improvement in terms of capacity building of young persons from presentation to some other soft skills that they might be needing to effectively engage when they finally get the opportunity to be at the table. That was done by the CYCN. And just recently, I think today we'll be launching the youth policy document that's been championed by the Commonwealth. That particular policy document had a lot of inputs from young persons in the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network, the CYCN. And I must tell you, for the first time, I am glad and impressed with myself that I'm a member of the CYCN, because I've received also such tremendous support to gather young persons, and they can comfortably share their thoughts and share recommendations of what they feel will be best practice for government officials to implement. And launching this, I would love to see that the policy document is shared across the Commonwealth region and national government, implementing the recommendations from young persons that have been captured in this policy document here.
Definitely. And I just want to follow up because, you mentioned earlier in terms of that country example, as viewers and our audience may know, of course, the CYCN is a pan-Commonwealth network, but there are individual national chapters as well. And of course, they come together, young people and youth-led organizations. And I wanted to ask you and then follow up with Sevu in terms of the importance of young people working together. In terms of, had it not been, and you mentioned, not been for the platform or for the networking and coming together as a group, then those contributions to the NDCs in Nigeria, the NDC policy and the like in Nigeria might not have happened. So how important it is for young people out there to collaborate, to get together in spaces, in circles, in groups with shared interests or common interests in order to seek change and to promote action.
I think, thank you. One thing I have noticed or I've observed working with young persons so far, you have 101 youth-led organizations cut across in Nigeria or in Africa, as the case may be, but they have understood the importance of working together. There's strength in working together. There's no need where you don't get more progress if you work in division. You say, oh, my organization needs to be in front. And that is one thing I think I'm happy to see work in the CYCN, because as a platform, you have young persons who are members of this platform. They also have their own organization, but they leave the interest outside and ensure that they work together to achieve a common goal, because when they are together, that is where their voices can be heard first, and then any kind of pressure they are putting on can bring the desired results. So working together, the young people understand this, and I feel that is why it should be easy to get at the table, because they are not speaking with different voices, and then which would be an excuse for policymakers to say, oh, who do we listen to? You're bringing your recommendation. There's a group somewhere bringing their recommendation, but they have come together, and whatsoever comes as a recommendation, it's from a unified voice of young persons. And I think I must commend the CYCN for that. And going forward, we plan to continue engaging with that. And the CYCN is also open to having other youth members join. Yeah, we're open to building a strong database so that when the engagement continues, because it will continue, whatever recommendations is coming from the CYCN will be taken serious. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Of course, as a membership and grassroots engagement chair, you must plug the membership and participation in the network. But of course, Sevu, I know through the PRP and the PRM that happened earlier this year, there were a number of youth-led and youth serving organizations. Of course, the CYCN was a part of it in the Pacific. So I wanted to know, in terms of bringing the young people together as well, for the PRM. Again, what are the insights that you can provide for perhaps other regions, other young people and youth networks, and how important was that unity and that cohesion in terms of making sure that whether in the youth working group or in the other task force working groups and committees, that their voices were heard?
Thank you, Aurelia. I think one of the things we've learned is I think it has been mentioned earlier, is partnership. I think that is one of the strengths. I think my colleague had mentioned this, because there's a lot of, in this space, we have a lot of youth organizations, a lot of youth networks, from different sectors that have an interest, particularly when it comes to climate action or disaster risk management. So I think what we have learned is working together, collaborating, ensuring that we are complementing others' work, sharing experiences, knowledge, and the expertise that we bring in. We have found that really adds values to what we are trying to do. For example, in the PRP, we have organization like Save the Children, Oxfam, regional organization like SPC, the Forum Secretariat. We have SPREP, Red Cross, and we also have the Commonwealth Youth Climate Change Network that's part of the PRP. So, when we meet regularly, we have discussions, we share experiences, and we find that it's very useful for us. So I believe through the spirit of partnership, we can achieve greater things, particularly in the youth space. And just secondly, Aurelia, just to conclude, on the youth policy, whilst we are talking about it. And I think one other angle we can look at is, my colleague had mentioned, I think a lot of countries, national governments, even other organizations, they have their national youth policies. So I think that is already in place. That is, I think we should just build on that. If we're talking about mainstreaming youth in climate action, looking at how we can link existing national youth policies with climate policies, rather than creating new layers that would, create more duplication. I think that's the other angle we could look at. For example, in the organization also that I work with International Federation of Red Cross, we also have a global youth policy, and then we support our national Red Cross societies to develop their national youth policies, and they have their national youth policies, also national volunteer policies, to create that space for young people to actively engage at the national level, at the community level, when it comes to climate action, DRM, health, and other relevant issues.
Yeah, thank you. Again, another excellent point there. Part of the work that we do through the Commonwealth Youth Programme is in developing some of those national policies, national youth policies. And what we have seen and what we have been doing, notably in St. Kitts and Nevis currently and elsewhere, is looking at that holistic approach to, again, youth development. And when we bring in elements of climate and the climate anxiety that Terianne mentioned earlier, and that some of the young people mentioned earlier, some of their frustrations or challenges, because again, climate change is not just about the science of it. There are the social and economic implications of climate change. And so when we bring in those elements within the policy, and when we bring in the elements of employment and entrepreneurship, especially as a champion of blue and green entrepreneurship and the blue and green economy, again, as you said, Sevu, quite well put in terms of not adding layers, but of course, making sure that when we look at youth development and when we look at youth mainstreaming, that we are taking a holistic approach to it. I think that's important. Now, I know we have just about 15 minutes, so I'm going to go around our panel for additional thoughts. I really wanted to engage in this discussion about civic participation that Terianne mentioned, and some of the other issues there, but I do know that we are pressed for time. So I want to go around the room. Any last thoughts? Again, civic participation, how we can best mainstream youth in policy at the various levels, young people working together to be the voice for policy change and to make sure that young people are in the room and that they are being heard, that they are also holding governments to account. I think that's important. So just a quick tour around the room, and I'll start with Claudag, if you don't mind.
Thank you. I think my final three thoughts are certainly youth inclusion mechanisms. Let's formalize them. Let's include commitments to ensuring there's a space and responsiveness to youth throughout planning, throughout monitoring, and throughout implementation of the national commitments. But secondly, I think your thoughts and your ideas on the green economies, when we're looking at the national strategies for mitigation, we do need to make sure they're prioritising biodiversity conservation, green inclusive jobs. Let's include youth. There's so many wonderful ideas and priorities within that. They should be setting some of the mitigation priorities and how we do it. And thirdly, making sure we reach youth and marginalised groups on the ground. We need to see more climate adaptation actions being supported on the ground. We need to see more local level adaptation and planning at local government and also district government, at national government. And through ensuring youth have a role within supporting community-led climate adaptation planning and implementation, we can identify some of these multi-sectoral interventions that are needed. Adaptation of health centres, adaptation of schools, making sure that we're addressing some of the vulnerabilities in terms of accessing climate information, ensuring we're supporting agroecology and conservation. So those local level adaptation plans and implementation, I think, are vital if we're to achieve our climate goals going forward.
Thank you so much. I definitely, just had to take a moment to let those points sink in because they are important. And I think that those are some key messages that I hope will come out. And of course, those viewing or those here in the audience, as well as in our recording. Frida, over to you in terms of your final wrap-up or takeaways or contributions to the session.
Thank you again. So for me, as my last statement or wrap-up statement, I really commend the organization I'm working with, that is Voluntary Service Overseas, because I believe they have really included the youth volunteers in the planning, in the implementation, and even in the influencing their policy paper. So we have really been included in coming up, identifying priority issues with different youth-led networks, and then implementing these solutions with the community, and also identifying policy gaps, and also giving a chance also to influence some of these policies, the VSO policies. So just to call upon also the government that, in as much as this organization or the organization like Voluntary Service Overseas giving a chance to youth volunteers and other volunteers, it is also crucial also to be included in the policies that have been made by the government, because also, again, to reiterate, is that youth voices are really important in this, and also to say that in the spirit of collaboration, partnership with other youth networks, we can come up with we can voice our opinions through various maybe thematic areas, or we come up with different issues. Like now in the volunteer, the platform I've been working with, the youth volunteer platform, we have come up with priority issues, and through that also we came up with some of the key demands. Our interventions in the community and our priority issues informed some of our key demands that we represented at the Africa Climate Week for the African governments to take into consideration. So in as much as we are doing so much into the community, into the grassroots as youth, and being supported by Voluntary Service Overseas, we also call upon the government, in as much as also we are sharing these our key demands, are they being implemented? Are we being included in the planning and also in the co-design of these solutions, and also implementing some of our opinions? So it is I call upon also the national level, the government, and also the African government to take into consideration of the youth voices, give them a seat at the table, and make them equal stakeholders in co-designing some of these solutions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, definitely in terms of the co-designing solutions, a strong point coming out here in this session on, again, even when creating the table, then we need to have young people. We need to have young people there. I wanted to turn to Lucky in terms of your sort of closing wrap up, your final points on this discussion about mainstreaming young people in policy making.
As a final remark, I think this is a very critical topic to discuss, mainstreaming youth into policy post-COP. I think it is not just going to be okay to just allow youth at the table post-COP. but they also need to trust these youth, say whatever recommendations these youth are bringing to the table, these are recommendations that can be adopted and also be included in the any whatever implementation plan that national government would want to have. So I really want to look forward to seeing that policymakers will trust young persons enough to invite them to the table, take into consideration their recommendations, and also include it in whatever framework that will be designed to achieve the ambitions that have been set by national government, the ambitions that have been set by regional government, and so on. So I really look forward to seeing that, and hopefully we hope that that will work. Yeah.
Definitely, and I think it's interesting in terms of how you put it there in terms of policymakers or government officials, because now we're saying we're asking that young people be part of that policymakers moniker. But again, when you talk about trust, leaders trusting young people in terms of not just the invitation at the table, but in terms of listening to their voices. I think that is a very, very interesting way of putting it, and I hope that that message is being heard. I want to turn to Sevu in terms of your sort of final remarks and insights or final points that you want to raise in this session.
Thank you, Aurelia. I think just key three things. Again, the first one is just reinforcing the importance of partnership. I think that will really, it will contribute to ensuring that what we are aiming for can be achieved. And the second one, I think, is what I could pick up from the discussion is broadly around inclusion. I think we are still, so I think that needs to be continued to be a priority, the inclusion of young people. Irrespective of which spaces and platform we are referring to. And the third one is action. I believe by mainstreaming youth into policies and by further building on existing policies that are in place, for example, existing youth policies at national level, then we can contribute, to implementation of relevant whatever will be the outcome of Cop26, because by engaging young people, they can contribute to taking actions at the national level, but most importantly at the grassroots level, because that's what the strength of young people that they can bring into the table and also into the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And again, that focus on meeting young people where they are at, so to speak, at the community level, at the grassroots level, and again, ensuring inclusion, because you want to make sure that, again, whether we're talking about youth, at-risk youth, vulnerable groups, you want to make sure that they are being heard and that they are part of the process. I want to, of course, come to Terry Ann to give her sort of final remarks and comments on this mainstreaming youth in policy.
Thanks so much, Aurelia. I think, what I'd want to end on is to remind us that this mainstreaming approach is a whole of society approach, which means it's going to require change in the way we work by each and every one of us. It requires our governments to change, our civil society, our entrepreneurs, our business people, all sectors of society. For our governments, our youth policies need to change and adjust to take into consideration the role of other sectoral ministries and departments and policies in supporting youth development, as much as our environmental and climate change policies need to also change and be amended to take into consideration the priorities and concerns of youth. So within government, all sectors need to learn to work differently. For us in the Secretariat, we also need to learn to work differently. As a researcher, for me, this has meant that in documenting the experiences of young people, I've begun to adjust the way in which we work and the way in which we tell stories. I think Frida, Claudia, Lucky, and Sevu all shared about some of the solutions that young people have come up with. We need to document those more and more. And in the Secretariat, we've been adopting participatory research processes that allow young people to tell their own stories and document in a systematic way what they have been doing to change the world. Most recently, I had the privilege of working with our Commonwealth Blue Charter team and a group of young Commonwealth correspondents who acted as youth researchers and have documented the ways in which young scientists, researchers, entrepreneurs are actually changing the world by protecting our oceans. And I believe Aurelia has a QR code that's available through the Pavilion where you can read some of those stories and those amazing innovations. But we are now changing the way we tell stories. We can tell it through our YDI, through the statistical data, but so many of the stories we're hearing today, even on this panel, about the way in which young people can change policy are just as effective. And the message is so much better when it comes directly from the young people who have done it and are doing it. So I'd just like to say, let's all think about what we can begin to do to change the way we work, because it will require many small changes for us to achieve a new whole of society approach to youth mainstreaming.
Thank you so much, Terry. And definitely in terms of everyone has to be involved in the change, and again, that is not just at a government level, that everyone has to make a series of small changes. But as I said yesterday, every little make a lot. That's a common saying, in the Caribbean, or every one drop fill bucket. to put it colloquially. But again, I think a very rousing panel, a lot of topics, a lot of discussions, avenues that we could have gone down, because the mainstreaming of youth in policy is very broad. It looks at not just the legislative element of it, not just the structures and ensuring that there is a space for speaking up and not just sitting at the table, not just the attitudes and mindsets and the shifts that we must make. There are so many things that we can discuss and we could have discussed, even and especially coming out of the research that had been done through the YDI, and the stories that the YDI data is telling. There is so much that we can talk about, but of course, feel free to catch up with me later, as well as to scan the code. I can share the code with you post-session. If you are viewing us online, of course, go to any of our social media pages and or the Commonwealth's website and click on the tab that says youth. In this session, I think for me, I think what we got out of this discussion is, one, youth are leading action, but also that mainstreaming is an action. To mainstream is a verb, and that means we have to do something. It's not going to come to us. It's not just going to happen overnight, but we have to be making the changes. We have to be doing that mainstreaming action in order for it to occur, but then we also want to mainstream effectively. I also want to point out here that the session is called Mainstreaming Youth in Policy Making, because we're going a step further than just participation. Participation is that seat at the table, but the mainstreaming is ensuring that they have a voice and they have an equal voice and that it is heard. So just to remind that mainstreaming is an action. And then, of course, we heard about the need to review current policies, national policy frameworks in particular, because that is where many of the decisions are being made, and that will filter to the regional and global level. Again, we heard some of the examples from Sevu as well as from Terry-Ann at the Commonwealth in terms of what is being done by the Commonwealth, especially in the youth ministers meeting, and again, the action of mainstreaming and ensuring that young people have speaking rights at the table. And I don't know when, if or how we will get to that position at Cop26, but again, the Commonwealth leading the cause there, and perhaps through the civic action that is happening today with the protests and the like, we will get to that point of speaking rights, perhaps at international decision-making events like Cop26. Of course, the need for partnership, intergenerational learning and dialogue between leaders and young people. Again, young people are the future, young people are now, but also if we are inculcating and we are preparing a next generation of leaders, they have to see examples. I was going to make a point about seeing good examples of leadership, but they have to also be there to participate and understand the processes. Yeah, and if they are not at the table, how will they know? So again, that intergenerational learning and dialogue, and of course, supporting and championing youth engagement and mainstreaming by not just young people. Young people cannot be the only ones calling for mainstreaming. Again, we spoke to youth policy, support to grassroots communities, again, the participation of young people and how they have been in their own spaces creating platforms for their inclusion, for their voices to be heard, and platforms for coming up with their own recommendations and their innovative solutions as well. Those are just some of the things we spoke about, interfacing between communities and policymakers. And I want to give just a shout out to our partners at the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, who has been working with the CYCN on a recent workshop in terms of between parliamentarians and young people, and how parliamentarians can better collaborate with young people in their constituencies in order to bring about climate action. So just a shout out to some of the other organizations doing this work and this action of mainstreaming. Of course, we looked at civic participation and the fact that while some mechanisms exist and youth policies do exist, we need to look at, are young people being recognized for their contribution? And again, when, how, why, or why not are they voicing their opinions to officials? So a lot we spoke about today, a lot more to be discussed. Again, stay tuned to our channels. The conversation continues, not just the conversation, but the action. I promised you, this is not just, not just talk, but we are committed to action, both at the VSO, or including the VSO, with the PRM, of course, with the CYCN and at the Commonwealth Secretariat. Our mandate is to ensure youth participation, mainstreaming, and of course, youth action and visibility. So I want to thank you guys for being a captive audience. You can always come see Lucky or myself and Sevu after. And of course, thank you to those viewing. Of course, you can catch the rebroadcast and you can check out our links on our website. Thank you. But thank you.
Carol, go there so that I can sit somewhere here. And,
So you still need the next picture because we have
you have 4 people?
Yeah.
Okay, no, that's fine. How many people are we? I thought we were 4 panelists. Okay, so the panelists can sit here then. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, like this. I think you
Okay.
and it balances the gender. Is the man there and the lady is here.
Zebra style.
Okay. All right. Just a little up so that exactly. Yeah. Good. Well, I've got to make sure I also have mine.
Presentation.
Okay, excellent. All right. Yeah, that's yours. That's yours. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great delight to welcome you to the Commonwealth Pavilion. And we will just start our session this afternoon. Okay, my name is Oli Sispanda, and I am an advisor in the climate change section in the Commonwealth Secretariat. This afternoon, I will be moderating this event that's focused on global partnerships and financing for achieving climate, land, and biodiversity targets, with particularly hosted and focused on Namibia. So just for all of us, our program today will essentially, we'll start off with some opening remarks from myself, and then we will have 3 speakers who I will introduce at the time when they're coming in. But we have a bright and wonderful cast of speakers this afternoon that will talk about various elements associated with achieving the climate, land, and biodiversity targets through global partnerships and financing. And then after that, we'll have a panel discussion, and we'll also ask you as participants this afternoon to also join with any questions that you might have. Then we will close the event at around 4:30, and we should all be good to go to the next event or relax after a hectic week. Today is Nature and Climate Change Day, so it's very, very good that we're actually talking about achieving climate, land, and biodiversity targets in this event. So just to start with some welcome remarks, like I said, I work for the Commonwealth Secretariat, and we support member countries in the Commonwealth to achieve their targets, their NDCs, particularly for climate. And one of the streams of work that has been growing is around how we integrate across the 3 Rio Conventions. So this event today is in alignment not just with the theme, but as well as with the work that the Secretariat supports and plans to scale up in advancing the 3 Rio Conventions related to climate, land, and biodiversity. This is under a stream of work that we're calling CALL, C-A-L-L, which is short for Call for Action on Living Lands. And I'll just put up a few slides just to illustrate and just talk you through some of the elements of what we're hoping to do as the Commonwealth through this stream of work.
So call will enable us as the Secretariat to support our member countries across the identified areas in the interface of the three conventions. And I'm going to talk about those in a minute. And what's important to recognize is the fact that actually this stream of work should lead to a proposed charter among the 54 members of the Commonwealth, and is particularly addressing the common things that are there among the UNCCD, the UNCBD, and the UNCCC. I think all of us are aware that there are linkages between the three conventions. And as you can see, if you look at them on that slide, you've got desertification, which is what the UNCCD seeks to address. The UNCBD seeks to address biodiversity loss. And the UNFCCC seeks to reduce the impacts of climate change. And there are feedback loops within those three conventions, or the activities that we do on the planet on those the three conventions. So the proposed Living Lands Charter will seek to maximize on the cross-cutting themes around these three conventions. One of the things that we all need to do is to find ways to integrate the three Rio conventions. And from our early analysis, we clearly know that there is climate, agriculture is one area, biodiversity is another, soil and water conservation is another, carbon and neutral livestock is another, and then you've got other aspects as well. And under the call, we're hoping that we will have an implementation strategy that uses some of our established platforms, processes, and mechanisms, and maximize on the partnerships that we'll talk about this afternoon as well with the panel, and provide evidence-based analysis for countries, member countries, financing support through the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub, institutional and governance support, as well as enable knowledge sharing among countries. And the knowledge sharing and management is an important component, because what we recognize from the Commonwealth is that member countries come and they take something, but they also have a lot to offer, as we will hear about Namibia's case just now. And if we do this well, we're confident that we will be able to support in significant ways to advance the NDCs for climate change, the biodiversity and lead degradation neutrality targets under the other two conventions. So I am really hoping that through this event and other events that Namibia is involved with, we will be able to work together to advance the cause of pushing forward the three conventions through our work. And we're trusting that Namibia will become one of the champions in this. We've already done consultations across the Commonwealth with regional organizations. We've done consultations with high commissions. We've had as well consultations with the UNFCCC, CBD, and UNCCD, and everyone is agreed that we need to do this work. But we will need champions, including Namibia, to advance that. So this afternoon, our event really takes us forward, and we're delighted that Namibia is actually hosting this event, and focuses on two critical elements to take this kind of work forward. The first one is partnerships. And clearly, in order to address the three conventions, there must be partnerships, intra-country partnerships, and external partnerships beyond countries. And as African proverbs does say, if you want to go fast, you can go on your own. But if you want to go very far, take others with you. And we believe that through these conversations and through the support that we will offer, we should be able to go very far in advancing these convention targets and aspirations. The second aspect that this afternoon will deal with is finance. We already know that there is a financing gap for climate, and everyone has been talking this last week about the delivery of the 100 billion that has been promised to developing countries by developed nations. And we also are aware, as we come to this event, that there is already also a financing gap for biodiversity conservation as well. And research by the Paulson, TNC, and Cornell University estimated that we have a financing gap of at least 711 billion per year, just to make sure we achieve that. So how do we close these gaps is one of the questions that our panelists this afternoon will deal with. But it's also a question about how do we integrate the targets and the work that we're doing across these three conventions so that we get the best bang for our buck, as it were. And so that's one of the things that we will do. As the Commonwealth, we've already been working through the Climate Finance Access Hub to try and see how we can build traction on all these elements. And we are delighted that Namibia has already an advisor that we've provided and we're working with in order to advance those things. So this afternoon, really delighted to have us looking at these elements, and we're fortunate to have Timo Mufeti, the Commissioner for Environment in the government of Namibia, who will speak to us about the governance of the three Rio Conventions in Namibia. And then Margaret Angula will also speak to us about research and synergies within these three conventions. She is an environmental scientist currently working on climate adaptation research with a keen interest on gender, governance, and well-being aspects, and is a lecturer at the University of Namibia. And then other speaker is Carl Aribebi, who is the Director of Operations at the Environmental Fund for Namibia. And the fund works to promote the sustainable economic development of Namibia through investment and promotion of activities and projects that protect and maintain natural and environmental resources of the country. So we really welcome you to our speakers. Carol needs no introduction. Carol is our National Climate Finance Advisor for Namibia and works with the government of Namibia to advance securing climate finance access in the country. So to start us off, we'll give some time to Timo Mufeti, the Commissioner, just to speak to us this afternoon about how in Namibia the three Rio Conventions have been brought together to address the targets, both the NDC and the CBD and UN land degradation neutrality targets under the UNCCD. So over to you, Timo. Oh, you can speak from there, it's all right.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Just to make sure that I get my breath while I'm talking. Let me welcome you all to this quick discussion. I will be brief, just to give you an overview from the government point of view. How are we going to, or how have we been implementing the three conventions and our approach and how do we want even to take it a step further. As mentioned, my name is Timo, Environmental Commissioner, and also back home within the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism, the head of department where the 3 conventions are being managed or the implementation thereof. So, as you all know, Namibia is right after the independence ratified these 3 conventions. And that ratification is actually emanated from our, as we have said already before, our constitution, the mandate that we have given ourselves, the obligation that the Namibian government or Namibian people have forged for the protection and the sustainable development of our resources. So you can already understand how it was very easy for the Namibian people, Namibian government to go into the ratification of the 3 conventions. So that constitution, where we have derived a number of national legal framework that promote that addressing climate change or combating desertification or sustainable development and management of our biodiversity. And then out of that, a number of policies, number of strategies, and a number of action plans that were developed on that one. The specific one, which is like a framework encompassing all other framework, is Environmental Management Act. And it's for that one, Environmental Commissioner is responsible to make sure it's fully implemented. Now, moving into the 3 Rio Conventions, this is just additional basis and the foundation to our commitments and obligation that we have already set ourselves and at the constitution level. So now, moving from that legal framework or ratification, the government went ahead and make sure that there are institutions established to manage or to implement this framework and this legal framework and the conventions. And that's why within the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism, a fully fledged division which take care of all 3 conventions together under one office was established. Call it multilateral environmental agreements. It's operational and it has been now functioning for quite a number of years. And this is where everything is properly being managed. And then now under that division, now moving now into the climate change or climate change issues, we have got a specific unit under that division, climate change unit, that deal with implementation of UNFCCC convention and the Paris Agreement with the team that we have there. But now moving at the national level, now leaving the ministry, because our issue is how to make sure that these conventions are properly undertaken, the issues are properly tackled in a multi-sectoral fashion. We have established what we refer to a National Climate Change Committee already back in 2001, when all the role players, all the key stakeholders have been put together in this committee to coordinate the government efforts, the government actions when it comes to the climate change. That committee is still in place and taking a lead in that. Another important step that Namibia has undertaken is the national climate change policy that we have established. And linked to that policy, of course, is a strategy and an action plan already back in 2011 that was put in place. And that policy called, and as per the requirement of the convention, for Namibia to come up with the first national determined contribution, which was already developed in 2011. Right now, that report or those commitments have been already revised, and we are talking about now what we have submitted, what has been approved already by the cabinet, and they've been already submitted to the Secretariat to UNFCCC, the revised NDC 2020. And we are now in process to make sure that we have developed an implementation, a strategy and action plan for a smooth implementation that will help us to achieve those goals, those objectives that we have set ourselves in that NDC. I'm sure we'll be able to, that NDC is readily available, and the stakeholders and the team can already see what are we committing to. Huge goals and the big ambitions for Namibia. And then in addition to that, when it comes to climate change, Namibia has been really committing and committed to make sure that we fulfill our commitment through that convention, whether it's reporting, whether it's our biannual reports, whether it's a national communication. I think we are one of the few countries in Africa and probably in the world who have been really making sure that that commitment has been met. For Biodiversity Convention, we started already long back in 2001 to make sure that we have got a national biodiversity strategy action plan program, which was one of really recognized as very best. And now we are already having a national biodiversity strategic action plan number 2, which is of course talks directly to UNCBD strategic plan. And as we know, that part of that convention is access benefit sharing issues. And as from 1st of November, Namibia has now put in action the ABS Act that we already developed quite several years back. And now we have got regulations that are gazetted, and we have now established what we call an ABS office within the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Tourism. So we are now really moving forward to a full implementation as per the Nagoya Protocol and as per the ABS Act, the full implementation, having now legal framework fully adopted and fully activated. And then UNCCD, we have been developing over years national action programs from number 1, and now we have got national action program number 3 that will expire in 2024, and this is what we are busy. We have put in place land degradation neutrality strategy to reduce land degradation, and all this are being done in consultation with all the stakeholders in Namibia. We now realized that to effectively achieve national, international goals and ambitions that are set out in this convention, so you need really a synergistic implementation approach to all three conventions together. And that's why, as a government, we undertaken a concerted actions to go beyond a sector basis and really be in cooperative. And that's why we invested in a number of efforts to ensuring collaboration, joint planning, joint implementation of the three conventions. That's why Namibia has put in place now a 3 Rio Convention implementation strategy and the roadmap that will help us to make sure the three are not implemented in isolation, but in a coherent way. This strategy that we have calls for the close alignment with SDG, with our NDC, and with all other national development plans for Namibia. It enhances efficiency, effectiveness, and maximize the socio-economic benefit. That, of course, is what we are after through this three convention. And then, of course, the natural resource sustainable development. And we are so happy that through this strategy that is in place, we are now able to meaningful cross-sectoral investment program that can be implemented in Namibia and to address all the issues, all the goals that are identified under under Rio Conventions together to achieve those goals and objectives. And in conclusion, I can also just mention that all this work, all this effort, all this initiative that we put in place, they fully aligned and in support of what Commonwealth call for action for land or living lands is all about. And we are happy that our work and our initiatives are well aligned. And specifically, I can also just refer to what the moderator have said, that our coordination and integration through Commonwealth, we now got even Carol here, who is placed within our ministry to make sure that we get supported through that Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. And we are looking forward for more exciting opportunities, exciting investments, exciting programs that we can put in place that can address all the issues together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mufeti, for that detailed presentation on the work that has been done at a governance level in Namibia to integrate the 3 Rio Conventions. Our next speaker is Margaret Angula. And as I said, Margaret is a lecturer at the University of Namibia in the Department of Geography, History, and Environmental Sciences. Yes, at the University of Namibia. And Margaret will talk to us this afternoon about the research and synergies across the 3 Rio Conventions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Research is quite a broad topic. And what I'm going to talk about today is just to give an overview as an academic and specifically about UNAM, how are we approaching the synergies about the Rio Convention and how are we contributing through research to the implementation of the 3 convention in general and the policies that are responding to the convention at the national level. Academics in general have a role to play because, as we know, if I can speak for instance, The IPCC, we know that they don't conduct research. They do synthesize based on existing research. And as a University of Namibia, for instance, we came to understand that for Namibia, for the synthesis that is coming out of Africa, for it to be relevant for Namibia as well, there have to be a lot of research coming out of tertiary institutions because the synthesis is based on those research. So as a university, we have our Pro-Vice Chancellors here for research, innovation and development. We develop our strategic plans. We do have long-term, mid-term, and short-term strategic plans. Our strategic plans are done in consultation with faculty members who are more technical like myself to give input. And when you give input, you put strategy in place that are responding to national needs and also to international needs, and also taking into consideration what is happening at international level. We are very fortunate as a university that we have 12 campuses across the country. And as an entire university, we have 3 representatives, as the Environmental Commissioner have mentioned, in the 3 Rio Conventions Committee. I represent the university on the National Climate Change Committee. And as I represent the university there, I don't only discuss issues related to the university, but I guide and I advise the ministry and the country as far as knowledge generation and information use is concerned. And on the other hand, also I learn and I get the message which I have to take back to the University of Namibia and make sure that my colleagues are also informed and that the research that we conduct at the university is relevant. I'm going to just to zoom into some of the campuses. There's an area of food security. There was a time when our minister, I think it was 2015, before we went to Paris, to the COP, he said there are 3 securities in Namibia that are important. It's water security, energy security, and food security. So the University of Namibia take the issue of food security seriously. We have a dedicated campus near Windhoek with farms that do research that are related to livestock production and livestock research. And some of those research that, for example, are related to climate change, they are doing research on fodder production to see which fodder is relevant for livestock production, which at the same time it does not cause, or maybe that will minimize emission of methane, because we are a cattle production country. Then we have a campus further up north, some kilometers towards Angola, where we have our research is dedicated to forestry and crop science. There we, in particular, we have one project where we are engaging in planting trees for carbon sequestration. And there's also a dedicated research on carbon sequestration. We also have various researchers who are doing research on crop science, looking at drought-resistant seeds, looking at climate-smart agriculture. And we also have a campus at the coast, Sem Nujoma Marine Research Institute that is there at the coast. It's our university campus that is dedicated to research on marine and coastal and marine research. I must say here that through one of our scientists, Dr. Samuel Mafila, he is the United Nations University coordinator for INRA, Institute for Natural Resource Africa. It's a focal point for Namibia is based at that campus. And he is leading some of the research, marine research in the South Atlantic in the area both biodiversity and climate change. So their research is actually one of the good example when you want to look at synergies in biodiversity. So they do have biodiversity, climate change, marine research, and also there are some of the projects where you have land water interface research, where they have even trained some farmers on desert food production. There is also, we are piloting desalination. We have a desalination water plant, which is piloted through research, just responding to the other security, which is water security. So you can see the synergies between now biodiversity, which is water, and also climate change by desalinating water. Then at the main campus, through my department, there are various researchers who are engaging in different research. And climate change, that's where it's the strongest in my department. Because environmental scientists, we actually integrate other areas of science into climate, and that's where you can really see that this is climate change research. Again, the representatives in the biodiversity committee, they are also in my department. So in conclusion, I just want to give an example of how where the university is heading. We don't just want to be an institution that produce research as needs, but we want to be relevant for Namibia. And one way of doing that, we are moving into that area of what we call research for action. Yeah, I have been involved in one of the projects where we use research result for uptake, and we have used that research results to put together short courses and do capacity building at Parliament, at the two parliamentarian committees on natural resources and economics. We have been engaging with sub-national level, the two regions, where we have actually institutionalized climate change, because we have identified a gap that the governance is poor, then we're strengthening governance at such level. At local level, we have used this research result. We trained our local community, and we demonstrated by looking for funds and give them to communities as grants, and worked with them to demonstrate also to the regional councillors and the constituency development committee that if you are having an adaptation program, this is how you're gonna do it in social differentiated way. This is how you're gonna do it so that there is social inclusion. So we have demonstrated that with communities. And then where as we are a young university, where we don't have sufficient facilities, we collaborate internationally to generate hardcore science and also to be part of international research. So through our different campuses and our faculty members, we actually we coordinate the Namibian case study on international research project, because at that level there is sufficient level and you have access to a wider body of knowledge and scientific excellence. And I just want to to show a video where together the University of Cape Town, we have done modeling just to see what the 1.5, 2.0 global warming mean for Namibia, because the problem with climate change model is that they are global level, they're Africa level. And through research as a university, we decided to make sure that we have research focused on Namibia, just to say, what does it mean for Namibia, what we're talking about at global level. We translated that as a communication product that is relevant and that is also translated in other local languages so that even the layman will understand what does global warming mean for Namibia. It's a 3-minute video that we're gonna play now, and I'm gonna end that talk. Thank you.
Namibia is heating up. The world is committed to limiting the increase of average global temperatures increase by 1.5 degrees. Climate change impacts will be felt worldwide. Namibia, as a climate change hotspot, has already warmed by 1.7 degrees and is experiencing the effects of global warming. As global temperatures rise, the threat of water scarcity will increase for Namibia, with knock-on effects for agriculture, health, and the economy. Hence, we must accelerate our adaptation efforts. What are the expected impacts for each climatic zone at 2 degrees global warming? Temperatures in Namibia are set to rise much more rapidly than the global average. This will not only increase heat stress in Namibia's vulnerable sectors, but will also increase the severity of droughts in the country. At 2 degrees Celsius global warming, the temperature will increase by the following amounts per climatic zone in Namibia. Semi-arid north, 2.8 degrees. Semi-arid south, 2.9 degrees. Arid north, 2.7 degrees. Arid south, 2.6 degrees. And hyper-arid and the marine environment, 2.2 degrees. And the annual rainfall will decrease by -6% in Namibia, negatively affecting water supply, agriculture, health, and other vulnerable sectors. This means there is an urgent need to accelerate Namibia's adaptation responses by strengthening the ability of communities to respond to projected climate change impacts through diversifying crops and farming practices, practicing soil and water conservation, and training and sharing information. Integrating climate resilience into rural development efforts in a way that recognizes the varying ways that climate change impacts women, men, and different social groups. Proactively budgeting for and implementing climate change interventions to enable the country to achieve its international climate change and sustainable development targets. Namibia's nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement and the Sustainable Development Goal 13. Ensuring national goals follow a climate-compatible development pathway involving all sectors and levels of government. We are calling for climate action now by every Namibian towards a climate-resilient future for all.
Margaret, and quite an elaborate exposition of what Namibia is doing on research at the university, which is very, very important, particularly because there has always been and continues to plug all of us working in this space research and knowledge that is specific to our very own countries. So it's good to see what University of Namibia has been doing in this space. So our next speaker is Carol Mwapezulu, who is the Commonwealth Climate Change National Advisor for Namibia, and works with the country and the departments in Namibia to push forward the agenda of accessing funds under the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub. Over to you, Carol.
Thank you very much, MX. I'm audible, right? Yeah, I think just to take a step back, just this morning we had an event where Namibia was sharing about its ambition as reflected in the nationally determined contribution, which was updated and submitted just a month ago. which places Namibia on a very ambitious pathway to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and build resilience for systems, infrastructure, and human systems. And this is where the ambition is reflected at 91% reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. Why I've taken that step back is for us to put in mind what it takes, what it will require for Namibia to achieve that ambition, because the means of implementation is also at the core of discussion when you go in the negotiations. So countries are preparing national determined contributions, not just for a matter of record, but also to ensure that the resources are made available for them to achieve the actions that have been outlined. And this is where the Commonwealth comes into play. MX, the moderator, just alluded to where the Commonwealth is coming from in terms of committing to support countries that are members to the Commonwealth to address climate change, address land degradation, and also address issues surrounding loss of biodiversity. And this goes back to years back when the Commonwealth agreed to have a declaration around addressing these three challenges that are facing humanity. And arising from that, at the highest level of governments, the Commonwealth also took up a mandate to support countries through establishment of what is called the Climate Finance Access Hub, which the moderators made mention to in his opening remarks. This hub works now, as at now, is covering 14 countries, of which we have countries across Africa, the Pacific, the Caribbean. So it is a whole range of countries that are members to the Commonwealth, and one of those out of the 14 is Namibia. And this is where my role comes in to represent the Commonwealth Climate Finance Access Hub to support Namibia in a number of areas with the ultimate goal of assisting the country to mobilize resources, build capacity, and also engage with stakeholders towards delivering on its nationally determined contribution. Now, I mentioned about those three areas that are being focused in terms of where the Commonwealth is providing support. And this is emanating from the global picture of what the Commonwealth is already doing across those 14 countries. To date, the Commonwealth has mobilized over 44 million US dollars to different actions on adaptation and mitigation, as well as capacity building. And when we talk about capacity building, the organization has delivered over 71 training initiatives and covering over 1,400 government officials that have been taken through various training activities, capacity building workshops to ensure that they are equipped in country to mobilize resources, to plan, and also to engage amongst themselves. And so just to speak to each one of the support areas, because this is the main focus of my interaction on this forum. The first one is looking at stakeholder engagement. The Environmental Commissioner just made mention to how government is bringing together institutions that are related to the three conventions, the CCD, the CBD, and also the CCC, the Climate Change Convention. Of course, when this is happening at national level, what you expect is that at national level, focal points in the ministries will be fully aware of what is required of them individually as per sector to implement. And that's where usually the challenge emanates from, because each sector wants to be occupied with what is their mandate. So those concerned with biodiversity, they want to do biodiversity activities in isolation. And so the stakeholder engagement as a support area from the Climate Finance Access Hub comes into play to ensure that from the stage of planning, as ministries are generating their operational plans, their strategic plans, they become alive and mindful to what is obtaining in other conventions. So when you are planning to do biodiversity related activities, we need to engage stakeholders that are concerned with climate change, those that are concerned with desertification management. And so stakeholder consultation, then engagement becomes a critical element in addressing these three concerns from the Rio Conventions to ensure that they synergize and avoid duplication, and also ensure that there's maximization of utilization of time, human resource, and financial resources that could be available. The other area of support that is there is to do with resource mobilization itself, because this is the main issue. Even when you go around the COP going on, the main discussion is where does the money come from and how do we implement our NDCs. From the ambition of Namibia to be achieved, we realize that when you do the analysis of the NDC, 49% of the resource envelope required to implement the NDC is related to the agriculture, forest, and other land uses sector. This is what is called AFOLU. And this is where you're addressing issues to do with land use convention, loss of forests, and also land degradation. And this is a very critical area which contributes about 78% to greenhouse gas emissions. And so when we talk about addressing issues of climate, land, and biodiversity, this sector becomes very critical, and it is where much of the thrust for resource mobilization is. And so the intention and plan for the support from the Climate Finance Access Hub is to look at what initiatives are ongoing and those that have been prioritized in the NDC of Namibia, which are reflecting targets for climate, targets for land, and targets for biodiversity, and see how we can bring together the focal points for the three Rio Conventions and establish joint proposals that can be submitted to the various funders. And here again, we are looking at how do we bring together these focal points to start looking at funders that can also address or have interest to addressing the three Rio Conventions in a more coherent manner. The other area that we are also looking at in terms of supporting the country is to do with individual and institutional capacity building, where we have to do hands-on training in terms of how do we prepare a project proposal, management of project financing, and also reporting. And as you know, the issue of MRV under the UNFCCC is a very important aspect. And looking at the capacities currently in the country, we'll need to reach out across the board to the various aligned ministries, accredited entities, to ensure that they have capacity to meet what is required to produce quality proposals, quality reports, and ensure that they present a confidence to financiers and attract more financing. So in a nutshell, this is what I can touch on in terms of areas where the Climate Finance Access Hub is providing support to Namibia. But through interaction, I'm sure we will also cover a lot more areas.
Brilliant, Carol. And I think it's important to state that Carol continues to work with everybody in the government to really, really make sure that we get more projects funded for Namibia. Our last panel discussant speaker is Carl. Carl Arubebe is the Operations Director for the Environmental Fund for Namibia. And Namibia established the fund, and it works to promote sustainable economic development of Namibia through investment in and promotion of activities and projects that protect and maintain natural and environmental resources of the country. And so Carl will be looking this afternoon and talking to the expected value addition that comes from synergizing actions and resources across the three Rio Conventions. Over to
Yeah, good afternoon. The advantage of being the last speaker is always you gain time, because the previous speakers would have covered some of the content of your presentation, and that's exactly what has happened to me now. Timo has basically taken a lot of content from my presentation, which I'm not going to repeat. But using the time that I have gained, I will probably speak a little more about the EIF. That was not the intention. Leaning on his presentation, EIF itself is a product of environmental governance that the Namibian government has put in place. EIF itself is an outflow of the Rio Summit of 2002. And EIF has been established by the Namibian government through an act of parliament to deliver on all 3 UN conventions under discussion here. Firstly, primarily to mobilize resources for investment into national level projects that are all addressing the ambitions of the 3 conventions. That's basically, in the layman's language, the mandate of the Environmental Investment Fund of Namibia. So our mandate basically, by design, cuts across the ambitions of all 3 conventions. We are a very young entity. The act that establishes EIF was passed in 2011, way back in 2011, but only became operational in 2001. That's when the act was passed. But we only became operational in 2011. So this year is actually our 10th year. So what I'm going to discuss now is basically our evolving experiences in terms of delivering on the mandate that I've explained. Firstly, mobilizing resources nationally for the better part of our existence from the national treasury for financing projects within Namibia, but projects for the better part of our existence on basically rolling out initiatives, innovative initiatives on the ground as these conventions translate to community level. That's what EIF has been doing. Very recently, we have had a very successful environmental fiscal reform process, as a result of which certain earmarked products and goods are levied with environmental taxes, which are basically put us on a pathway of becoming a sustainable entity. As our act determines, we have been established to become an endowment fund in perpetuity. And the first step towards achieving that goal was to introduce these environmental fiscal reforms, as a result of which we are now beginning to generate environmental taxes from earmarked products for, again, reinvesting in activities related to this convention. That has taken us away from the treasury, because with treasury, when the government experiences financial problems, we also get affected. So there's no security of planning, there's no long-term planning, and there's no comfort of really having 5-year strategic plan. But with these environmental fiscal reforms, we have crossed that bridge. Secondly, the EIF has also been nominated successfully by the government through the Ministry of Environment, Forestry and Tourism. Is the only accredited entity to the Green Climate Fund, as a result of which we have, up to this stage, between 2017 and now, have already mobilized 4 projects, micro projects, amounting to $40 million in total. And then recently, when the Adaptation Fund Board opened up the window for the countries to nominate more than 1 entities, we have also been nominated by the ministry to apply for accreditation under the Adaptation Fund. That is still work in progress. Lastly, the EIF, from our vantage point, I'm gonna go into a bit of detail about the value added that Namibia could derive from synergizing the three conventions. Timo has touched quite in detail about the laws and policies and systems in place, which are very, very helpful, very enabling. In fact, to do this work in Namibia is so enabling because for every activity you have either a policy or strategy instrument to lean on, practically for every aspect of this work. How do I page up arrow? Oh, this one. Okay, that basically shows that within Namibia being a young country, within 7 years of our nationhood, we were able to accede to all three conventions. Timo has mentioned that already. The major push came from the Rio Summit of 1992, but within a space of 5 years after Rio Summit, Namibia acceded to all the conventions. But there was a very important instrument that Timo maybe just overlooked called Namibia's Green Plan, which our first president took to the Rio Summit. And that Green Plan basically informed all these activities that followed after the Rio Summit. Why did Namibia accede to these conventions so quickly within about 7 years of its nationhood? The constitutional imperative the colleague has touched on, but the biophysical environment of the country itself does not leave a lot of choice for us. We have to invest in instruments, policies, and projects and programs, as Timo has alluded to. But I mean, the literature is awash with information on Namibia's RTT. I don't need to go into detail, but what are the key effects of RTT? A very, very, very susceptible to impacts of climate change. Extremely susceptible to the impacts of climate change. There are some parts of our country that have not seen rain in past 11 to 12 years. Those are parts of what we call the Kunene region. It is also highly prone to land degradation. On the positive side, highly, highly endowed with very valuable biodiversity resources. It has very high levels of species endemism, and it also characterized by highly sensitive landscapes that need protection. Namibia also started at its independence with about 7% of the landmass under protection. It has increased to 17% now with a good network of well-managed, well-run, relatively by African standards, well-run a network of protected areas. So these are all incentives why Namibia needed to embrace the three conventions in a short space of time. But I don't want to go into details again. A few drawbacks of how the conventions have until recently been unfolding. It led by different institutions, coordinated under three different national multi-stakeholder committees, and this has proven to be very counterproductive and inefficient. I don't need to repeat what Timo has already spoken about. But I want to look at the rationale, why, from EIF's perspective, from our vantage point, what would be the major push for the synergy between the conventions? These conventions are, at least for Namibia's purposes, intrinsically linked. One will not succeed without the other. This is now as they unfold on the ground at the coalface, if you like. They operate in the same ecosystem, whether it's in the desert, whether it's in a higher rainfall areas, the ecosystem is the same. And then they seek to address highly interdependent issues. That is how we see them. And that's really why the recent work of bringing synergies between these conventions is basically very enabling for EIF to pursue its mandate very effectively. What are the advantages for these synergies? Obviously, at the risk of basically stating the obvious, most obvious, the enhanced cooperation across sectors as the three conventions come with basically unavoidable sectoral focus, reduce burden on national reporting, coherence in reporting. You know, Timo also mentioned that there are reporting obligations that come with each convention, but there could be lot of synergy, lot of sharing of information, joint indicator setting, monitoring, and building on existing work instead of duplicating efforts and trying to reinvent the wheel. It could also lead to more effective use of financial resources at national level. It facilitates easier identification of common issues, which leads to ensuring resource mobilization efforts address areas of common interest. If the common issues are jointly identified, when we go engage Green Climate Fund, for example, it is very easy for us to explain what climate action, what biodiversity core benefits could ensue from a climate change investment. It promotes coherent capacity building efforts and strategies across conventions. It could lead to more effective and seamless use of existing national expertise across the conventions. Shared expertise at national level. Joint information campaigns, awareness campaigns, joint programming, joint engagement of political leaders at EIF, and I believe also in his role, Timo engages the Parliamentary Committee on Natural Resources very often. But for a better part of our existence, we would be engaging them on biodiversity one day, next week on climate change, and the week thereafter on land degradation. But this synergies would just enable that you provide everything at once. Facilitates more effective use of information and management tools, especially knowledge management aspects of lessons learned, practical case studies emanating from projects and investments can be facilitated in a more effective manner. Increased consistency between national positions at different fora. So that is also very important, that even if we went to 3 different fora at 3 different times of the day, the message that Namibia would deliver would be very consistent. Those are some of the low-hanging advantages that the work in progress in the form of the synergizing that the ministry is leading can produce, which will be very enabling for EIF that is required by its mandate to mobilize resources for the government and also for socio-economic development. Those were just my thoughts. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Carl, for that extensive case for integrating action across the 3 Rio conventions. Thank you to all our speakers for elaborate presentations. I just wanted us to go into a Q&A just to look at, give an opportunity to all of us in the audience this afternoon, just to ask questions and interact with our audience, with our panel, which has talked on a variety of things. So Timo talked about the governance system in Namibia, and then Angula talked about what the university is doing in trying to answer questions and generate knowledge, new knowledge that addresses the three Rio conventions. And Carol spoke about the role that the Climate Finance Access Hub is playing to support Namibia. And just now we've had Carl talking about how the advantages of doing this work together. So we would like to open at this stage for questions from the audience. If there are any questions, please do raise your hand. We've got a roving microphone. If I can just kindly request our technical team. Yes, we've got a roving microphone for any questions to our panel. Right, shall I, as you're going through your questions, shall I start with a question for Timo? Timo, one of the things that was quite clear from your presentation is that there has been quite a lot of work in getting the legislation, the policies in Namibia well aligned. If you could comment on the policy coherence in practice across the three conventions, and I think that picks quite nicely from what Carl just demonstrated to us. How is that working, and how could it be improved in the case of Namibia?
Thank you very much for that. I think from maybe let me start with the institutional setup. Due to the fact that all the three conventions are being managed in one office that has been established, and almost together by one team, that helps a lot, and one ministry, which helped us to pull all the different policies or different objectives, different goals and ambitions together in one area. That really helped. And now moving forward, converting that into a kind of synergy or one strategic implementation plan for the three conventions. That's what have helped Namibia to really integrate the three conventions together. Secondly, we are basically dealing with the same sectors in the country. So bringing everybody together to understand the advantage and the good to work together, I think that also helped come up with that policy. Now moving forward, I think, and we are very hopeful that that will be an easy way moving forward. But still, I'm not saying it does not come with challenges. Challenges are there, but I think there are more advantages, there are more opportunities. The structural institutional framework have added some good advantages and have a little bit leveraged the environment to move forward into that direction. I think that's where we are. Of course, at a government level, we started with different policies. The policies are still, because these are different conventions, but we are more looking at the operational implementation on ground, the impact achievement that should be done as a group and together. And this is where we are moving or prioritizing. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. And I think this for me is a case where, just learning about what Namibia is doing is a wonderful case that needs to go much broader to the rest of the Commonwealth, of how, you can bring all these different conventions and institutionally work it through so that they're managed at the same place, and you try and accelerate their implementation across board. A question for you, Carol. In your experience, and Carl as well, I think both of you can answer this. What experience has Namibia got in designing and developing projects that cut across the three conventions? Can you speak to us about that, and how if you've got cases or examples of that, how that has been done, and how you've worked with the different ministries and institutions, whether it's includes also the multilateral division or unit that coordinates?
I know Carl will come in with the details of projects on the ground that have integrated the three Rio conventions, but I'll speak to what the Commonwealth Finance Access Hub has been working on in the recent past. The approach we took is that in building a case in a project proposal, and building a case is where you want to indicate why your proposal should be considered and that it adds value to the financing that is being offered, is that not to look at the issue at hand in isolation. So yes, the calls for proposals, for example, would be coming from a funder who's more interested in climate change targets. But in the write-up of such a proposal, you look at what else are you going to achieve in the process of implementing that project. So you highlight that there'll be benefits accruing to restoration of land, of forest landscapes, that there will be benefits accruing to food production, to water resource management. And this is where we see that we'll need to do a bit more capacity building, because and it's not a fault of the country. I think the nature of establishing of line ministries, for example, entrusts certain functions to specific ministries. So Ministry of Agriculture, for example, will be interested in food production and land issues and water and so on. And those dealing with other aspects like fisheries, for example, may not be part of that. So it's the traditional setup of institutions sometimes that make that capacity gap to be able to prepare proposals that integrate across the other line ministries. And this is where we are coming in from the Climate Finance Access Hub on the capacity building support, to ensure that as we respond to financing invitations, we bring together on board those that are relevant and ensure that as we do hands-on training, going through the templates, going through the information required to respond to a call for proposals, they identify their places in that project, so that even at implementation, when a project is approved, the various stakeholders that are concerned with climate, with land, with biodiversity can find space and identify what outcomes they can contribute to. So there is a capacity gap, but it's something that is being addressed now with the support that we are providing from the hub.
Excellent. Any comments, Carl, on that question?
Yeah, a fairly accurate observation. Namibia itself as a country is still work in progress. Only about to become 31 years old. Like, for example, the EIF being a young entity, many of us who joined the EIF brought quite a bit of experience and expertise to that entity. And then participate in almost all of the national efforts that are underway. So our observation is that Namibia has been quite successful in attracting bilateral funding under biodiversity convention. Very successful for protected area management, for community-based natural resources management, some forestry programs, and continue to be successful with at bilateral level. And also through GEF. Climate change money has also been coming quite a bit, and with the advent of the Green Climate Fund also access quite a bit of resources. The scales are not leaning very well for the UNCCD in terms of resource inflows in the recent past. In the beginning, not that bad, but in the recent past. That's what we see from our vantage point. Capacity for programming is a huge challenge. Not again because of anyone's fault, but because of also Namibia evolving, being young, skills are rare. So you get a good cooperation with external experts, but at EIF, we have taken the decision, very conscious decision, to basically learn by doing. So we have invested in writing programming proposals, basically drawing from the adaptation options that are identified by the ministry, or from the strategies, biodiversity strategies and action plans, or sustainable, a comprehensive climate smart agriculture program, which the Ministry of Agriculture would and Land Reform leads. From the 40 million US dollars that we have leveraged from the GCF, half of it we did it ourselves. The first two we outsourced, and then we studied. We walked every step of the way with the external expertise, and the subsequent two we did it ourselves. We are now beginning to negotiate a next round of programming because we've been re-accredited. And we will be following the same step, basically bringing in young people, working ourselves, and then only bringing in short-term targeted external expertise. That is the comfort that many government departments don't have, because they have to run the country. Colleagues in the civil service have to run the country. We at least have the leeway to sit down and invest in programming and proposal writing. So in many cases, the colleagues would have to work with the external experts. So that's really a major challenge. It's work in progress, but beginning to pay off gradually, at least in the climate change sector. And also resource mobilization for us is also the successful fiscal reforms that we have done. Local expertise, our own effort, we are able to convince the Treasury to levy taxes on certain products for basically financing environmental projects. We did not win. We won the battle successfully. The reforms were passed, but at the end of the day, the Treasury said, but you're not going to get 100% of it. We keep 70%, you only get 30%. So those are efforts, and it's getting there. It's not there yet, but it is getting there.
That's really good. We just have 2 minutes, and do wonder whether there is a question. I have a question for Angula. You talked about the infrastructure, research infrastructure in the country. To what extent do you interact with Timor, with people like Carl to really be responsive to the needs of the institutions in training, in capacity building. To what extent is the infrastructure you talked about responsive to those needs?
Thank you for the question. At national level, we have, like it was mentioned, the institutions are in place. So it is very much easy for consultation. In most cases, we get invited. Before we can even think of going to the ministry, we get invited. When whatever is happening, the EIF or the ministry always invite us, and from the conceptualization of things, we are on board. And the in-house capacity assessment, it also involves the university to assess the tertiary institutions in the country. What capacity do we have, institutional, systemic, and also individual capacity? And we do have individual staff members that are assigned to EIF as either advisors or that are also part of the process when they are programming. So that is already in place. But I will also want to say that we have what we call the National Commission on Research, Science and Technology that has put things in place, like we are really improving the research coordination in the country. The ethical clearance, the databases to know what has been done in the country. We are moving into that area, and the university, again, it is represented there, and we also follow those structures. In terms of institutional setup, it is there. And when there is a need, EIF can also work through the university and say, it's your mandate, we need this expertise. And through my partnership within SADC and beyond Africa or so, we would take it up. And this is quite an example if you have listened when the Pro-Vice Chancellor was presenting the green hydrogen initiative, like the university is already setting up a unit at the university, so that when the government bring in the investors, the university is already moving along. And this platform where such discussions are made do exist. Sometimes the high level leadership is involved and they will come to us. Sometimes individual expertise are involved. So the relationship is a two-way traffic, and it works quite well.
Excellent, excellent. Yes, go ahead, Carl.
Yeah, we have a very mutually beneficial relationship with the universities, and especially UNAM. Our gender obligations, our reporting obligations, we work very closely under GCF funding with Margaret and her colleagues. We've done the first ever gender and climate change national workshop 2 years back with their inputs after they have crisscrossed the country and basically look at what is the interface between gender and environmental management at rural level, not at policy level. We had a good workshop. They continue to provide training in that respect. So that's at the operational level, but they are also serving very effectively on the governance structures of the EIF as professionals in their respective discipline. They also make highly technical inputs into climate smart agriculture activities under one of the projects, the UNAM agriculture faculty. So there is that input that they really provide directly into some of our investments.
Thank you, Carl. I'm just looking at my time. This has been such an interesting. Wow, good. Let's have the last question.
Sorry. Hi.
Yes.
Yeah. It's really interesting to hear you talk. And you said a lot about what's going on and what the work in progress that's happening in Namibia. But I just wanted to know if you have any set goals or real achievements that once you've put this in place and all the collaboration is continuing, that you'd like to see Namibia achieve in the next 5 years. I'm sorry that that's quite a broad and open question.
But you've got the right people. I think, Timo, that would be a good question for you.
Thank you very much for the question. I think the question is broad and it's good. But as mentioned, we just submitted our NDC. And in that NDC, we have articulated where Namibia want to be. Number one, how do we plan to decarbonize the country? Some of the issues, what level of emission we want to be. Namibia is currently a sink when it comes to greenhouse gases, but given our characteristics, we are probably one of the few countries who are mostly affected when it comes to climate change. So we cannot sit and relax and say we are not emitting because of the nature of our country. We already see problems on ground, whether it's floods, whether it's no rainfall, whether it's droughts. And those are the targets that we have articulated very well in that NDC report. Overall, we are talking about 91% reduction in Namibia. There are specific programs, whether it's in transport, whether it's adaptation type of projects that we are aligning up, water security. It cut across all the sectors. Almost everywhere we have got an issue. Recently, we talked about what is Namibia's plan when it comes to renewable energy. And those are some of the big goals that we are working on. So there's targets are there, a lot of them, almost in all sectors. Yeah. But also, and then again, what I talked about at the implementation level, at the policy level, how are we going to integrate very well? How are we going to bring all these committees together? Probably come up with one well covering all sectors for this convention into one committee that look everything together.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Wow. That's a good way to come to a close this afternoon. And I just want to say thank you to our panelists. If I could ask you, if you could give our panelists a round of applause for such a detailed and very clear presentations across board. So thank you. We want to thank you as the audience for this. I think what's been clear from this presentation is that there is a lot to learn from what Namibia has done. And there are some actions that need to be done, but there is quite a lot. And we look forward from the Commonwealth Secretariat to support Namibia through Carol and through the team in the Secretariat in really moving forward and making sure the partnerships that we've talked about are strengthened and enhanced, and that there is more access to the needed finance for Namibia's ambitious NDC goals, as well as the biodiversity and the UNCCD goals that the country has set. So once again, thank you everyone for being part of this event, and thank you to our panelists this afternoon. Thank you.